Oh, shit. Okay, I think I missed that whole section on the statistics. I'll do those later. I want to get this snap in for the book map or the TLab, and it is something. It is something. So the TLab snap it's a book map Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Started by Tom B, who is a self-proclaimed professional trader for 46 plus years, and I believe that that's the truth. He doesn't see what's going on here. Okay. Yeah, where am I? I'm all mixed up here. So, okay. People asking me if Rhythmic is down and wondering why somebody's trying to plot Z6 and anyway. I was quite active in there for a long time, and I found value in that room, and that's why it's the one place that I do public that I do recommend checking out. It's a Bookmap Discord chat room, so it's sponsored by Bookmap. One of the key points is that it is you will never be solicited for anything there, or at least so far. Now, Tom doesn't make call trades. He doesn't trade live, and I'm sure you're never going to see a snapshot of his account or any of those things. I'm also sure you're never going to probably see gold chains or a wrap Lambo in there anywhere. But the point is that he has good common sense and good risk management philosophy and stuff. So, and I think he's the real deal. So I recommend it. It's the only site that I do recommend, certainly not any of the other Discord sites because I've not been to them. I've only been to 2 others and they were typical. Second word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something. So there you go. I put this snap out. I put the reports out about 8 or around 6 in the morning, and I put this snap out every day just to try to help people in there who don't have the same kind of charting. And if it becomes irrelevant or redundant at some point, I'll quit. So back to the business at hand here. I'll do the statistics and how those are implemented later, because I think I was on mute most of that time, having a little issue here at the house, in the office, I should say. So probably it would be important, don't you think, if we could trade. And how we do that is Bookmap. Again, this is live funded account, funded by me, Rhythmic Data, and AMP Futures. Now, in order to trade with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel by clicking this padlock. And then you have to select a method. Hold on, what am I doing here? And then you have to select a method where you can trade in the platform with your mouse. And you can select the chart, the DOM, or both. If you select chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the trade control panel. DOM are the DOM columns, and both is quite obviously both of them. Next, I select and use and recommend heartily the multi-bracket. This is where the risk-neutral methodology is introduced to my trading, and it automatically puts a bracket order around any new order that you enter. A 2-lot is the smallest risk-neutral package you can use because it needs to be an even number. 2 lots. Then you select a stop loss for the entire package. The first parameter that you better watch out for and take into consideration is your account risk tolerance parameters. Then things like, volatility of the instrument you're trading, those kind of things. Once these 2 numbers have been determined, and you should determine this long before now. We're going to open in 2 minutes. This should be done during your homework when you're, calm, cool, and collected. Once this is selected, the first risk-neutral T1 or risk-neutral target scale is at the same half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative, and then you have a runner. And you can do as many runners, whatever you want to do, however you want to set it up. Okay, now I have these parameters up here, which you can turn off or on, and they reflect the same things over here. So I have the metrics for my trading. There's the package size, and I don't need any of these tools anymore. So I can click the padlock again. That gives me the real estate back. I have all the metrics. I can cancel or close any trade, and we're ready to trade with Bookmap. And we're gonna open this mess in another minute. Let's see what happens with the if the column resets. And I probably forgot something. I apologize, but I'm still trying to figure out why Lefty is trying to load Z6 contract. It's like next December. I'm wondering if I did a Rumpelstiltskin and slept, for 2 years or some shit. I don't know what happened. I'm not sure if I covered everything properly, but the TLab is a Bookmap Discord site, right? And it's a Discord, and Tom doesn't trade live or do anything. So, he doesn't trade live or call trades. Nobody does in there. So if that's what you need, or it's different than this stream, for example. I trade live real time. So, And it's my journal. And by the way, this is the idea of doing this is suggested by Tom. So there's the open and nothing happened. And that's just frickin-tating. Okay, next I will change my IRT charting from full session to RTH session. I hope I will anyway. This thing is supposed to be doing better than it is, and it's not doing very good. 45 millisecond lag, that just sucks the big one. I did all kinds of regedit crap and rebooted this and that and something else over the weekend to see if any of that would help. And at the moment, so far, nothing has. Well, I'm going to update the, what is this? Well, I'm going to update the, I put in a new CPU, and I've gone through the process of getting ready to do that. That's where my head's been at all weekend. The reason I do this story with the session prices, with the sessions, is to keep the alignment between the value area high and low and the, well, here we go, gapping up and going here. No, we didn't gap up, but we're, I didn't get into this in the overnight or in the pre-market necessarily, but I would typically expect when we've got a situation like this where we close down here and we're trading up here, we're going to have a little poke up and then we're going to get responsive selling to take profit. That only makes sense to me. So let's see what happens. Sorry I missed all of that. I got thrown off with something going on here and the fact that I didn't even unmute there for a period of time. Hopefully that isn't a problem. So this is not looking very good, and that's not looking very good compared to here. God damn, this is frustrating. I've been fighting this forever. There we go. Okay, the next thing we do that I didn't mention before is Blue Boy. We got to get him on the job. Wake his ass up. This is a real top secret proprietary indicator that I use called a vertical line. And I slap that vertical line or Blue Boy here on the first opening print of each session. You see the RTH or the ETH somewhere back here. There we go. Previous RTH is over there, and ETH, etc. What this does is I use it as a visual clue or cue. When I glance left, if I can see this boy over here, I know I have the full session in view, and that's real important to me. Seems like kind of funny going on. Don't seem like we're getting a lot of liquidity in here, does it? Okay, let's get out to about a minute. That'll change things. So there is 1 point high on the price ladder, the dome, whatever you want to call it. There's the overnight volume pointer, volume profile, full session. And here we are. IB high, IB low. Isn't it cute how that works? And this is very definitely not. This is where we opened for the POC, but it needs to be up here. So we'll see how long it takes us to get its shit together. You see what happened? It marked clearly the open, and now we've zipped up here as far as bookmap's concerned. Let's see. We don't have a similar situation going on with IRT yet. I'm sure we will on the next pass for data. These update for every 30 seconds, and then, you know, some of them I have set to update on 30 seconds, etc. So here we are. I hope everything's clear now. There's Blue Boy, first print of the day, POC, joined up, IB high, IB low. Let's see what happens next. ETH high, you'll notice here, got pulled way up here already. You see how the POC flag jumped up here. It's now back. Now it's going to get pulled back down again. Okay. Whoa, good morning, everybody. Antonio, Richard, bon dia to the bang. Happy New Year. If you're, no, you're not, so never mind. Yeah. Here we are. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Everything's kind of goofy going around here. I noticed when I was getting ready to put my snap in the TLab, I noticed that Lefty was all concerned about the fact that he couldn't get his book map running right, and he was trying to plot the ESZ6, which is next December. I don't know why. I asked why, and nobody responded. I guess it was a stupid question. I'm not sure what the thinking was there, but I'd be curious to know that. And there was a lot of people giving him feedback on how to get his book map straightened out. And nobody seemed to find that fact that it was not the H6, but the Z6. I don't know. I'm really curious to see why they're doing that. I was afraid maybe I did a Rumpelstiltskin and slept for, a year. Yeah, no kidding. Interesting weekend. We are, yeah. The Monroe Doctrine on steroids, I guess. I don't know how long it's going to take before all this, something happens. There's got to be something happen. I can't believe that all of the population will just stand by and let the American, Republican democracy go down the shit pipe, really. But it seems like that's what's happening. This craziness about, nobody paying attention to habeas corpus or the rule of law or rights or anything. It's just the craziest thing I ever saw in my life. I never thought that would happen, actually, in my lifetime. I never dreamed that. I lived, through the Cold War and the Vietnam War and all that stuff. So I never figured that would happen. This would happen. And I'm surprised by the lack of, I don't know how to say exactly. all the rhetoric about Venezuela drug charges and all this kind of stuff, and the most prolific drug dealer who was convicted in prison was just pardoned by Trump. The ex-president of Honduras. I mean, evidently proven to be culpable for the death of lots of Americans. I really don't get it. I don't know how people can be so. I don't know. Well, I don't know what to say. Never mind. I don't want to be political, but boy, yeah, crazy weekend. You got that one right. Better get down to PR and hide out. What are we going to do now? Down and up we go. We got a crazy Ivan over there on the POC. We're going to get some of this responsive selling now to take profit. Let's hope. The theory I'm hearing behind this whole Venezuelan story is the fact that they were, it's about the petrodollars, that's the real driver of it. I don't know. Makes sense. But then again, hey, buddy, what are you doing? We'll see. Definitely. Definitely crazy out there. Okay, so let's see now what's going on. Well, we got the open. I didn't get that one flagged in here. Okay, that's open. That's a good thing. I think I got the chapters pretty much on up to speed. I hope. Let's see if we get some decent trading out of this mess. We got good volume, a bit of a lag. Well, actually pretty light volume, to be honest about it. 249,000 contracts so far. Let's see what. It's about 86%. We're up to 5.25 points, well, 4.5 as I speak on the average true range, and about 85% volume. I did a bunch of reg edit stuff, trying to eliminate lag and stuff. I'm not sure whether I shot myself in the foot or not. The problem is there's no way to compare. I can't tell whether today's lag is, better or worse. My problem upgrading the CPU here is that I had to, I've got to fit a different AIO to it, and it's bigger than the case. So there's that. Remember that we've got the ISM PMI and price index out at 9 o'clock, top of the hour. So be on the lookout for that. I'm still wondering why the hell they're trying to plot the Z6. I don't know. What's this all about? Weather's been pretty nice this weekend, a little cooler, but not bad at all. Great for getting out and getting some. About 18°C here right now. And sunny. I'm gonna have to redo the, or I will redo at some point through the morning here. The going over how I pull the statistics together. You and Antonio and Richard know how to do it. They're here often enough, but I had the damn thing on mute. There was a bunch of confusion going on here, so the explanation was on mute. I'll do it again for any new folks that are cruising through. 10 minutes till that. The ISM is not a major earth shaker, but it's in this environment when we have so few reports and things that are basically, who knows, anymore. The veracity of our reporting and the dependability of it is in question, I believe. So any of these things like ISM or Michigan number or all that stuff is I believe they'll start taking more importance. And don't forget, this will be the first Friday of the month, and so we should expect the non-farm payroll at 7:30 on Friday. Oh yeah, there's a lot more to this. Drugs has got absolutely nothing to do with this Venezuelan thing. I mean, if he, you know, if you want to declare war, if you want to fight the war on drugs that are affecting Americans, you don't let the president of Honduras, who's already in prison and been convicted of it, out, and you. And everybody on the planet knows that Colombia is where cocaine comes from. So it's yeah, absolutely. That's just a really thinly veiled excuse. The real another real valid thing to look into, and I have an article here somewhere, is the petrodollar and BRICS, which is all of the counter to if that got off the table with any kind of horsepower, and they could suddenly start trading oil on the, I think they called it, it was going to be a crypto or thing called Ucoin or something like that, that BRICS was up to, that, or, they're all about, then the dollar would just tank. I mean, it would just suddenly become irrelevant in that market. And that's what I heard somebody made a pretty compelling argument that was really the motivation behind all of this. And there's no freaking way that American oil companies are going to go down there and spend billions of dollars, rebuilding the infrastructure. And I mean, so many parts of that speech were really, it's pretty weird. I don't know what to think. I know what to think, but I'm not going to say it. And if it was about the missiles in Venezuela and all that stuff, then why put this ruse around drugs, and be blowing up artesial fishermen going out in outboard motors? Am I the only person that saw through how stupid that was, to be killing guys in outboard motor driven boats? Who the hell, where do they expect they're going to go with, if they were smuggling drugs, where the hell are they going to go with it? Sure as hell not America. Got any idea how far the coast of Venezuela is from America? The closest point, even Puerto Rico? I mean, or the VI? I mean, it's ridiculous. That was never anything more than just mega stupid as far as I was concerned. But yeah, it's, I mean, I was very definitely alive in the Cuban Missile Crisis. And the whole country was galvanized behind Kennedy on that one. Bay of Pigs, not so much. America's had a pretty dismal track record tipping over governments, especially in this hemisphere. I don't know where this is going to go. Interestingly, that the implied volatility is really low. It's like 13%. So the market is saying that this is a non-event. Isn't that incredible? I don't know. ISM at the top of the hour in 3 minutes. I keep getting these red blurps up here. I don't know. Is anybody's data jerky besides me? That's on Rhythmic. I saw Rod post something. Was anybody's Rhythmic down? So maybe they're having issues. I don't know. Okay. Where the hell even am I now? That's the next question. Well, it looks like IRT got its knickers unwound here, and it's got no lags going on, so that's a good thing. This past holiday season was a good one for me would have been a good one for me to just stand aside. Ended up with one stop on Friday. I'm just taking, as per my commitment, I'm taking the trades for the initial balance, the vetted trades, manually on Bookmap as they present themselves in IRT. Talk about all that later, but gonna have the 30 seconds, 15 seconds. Let's see what happens if we get some sort of bump on this number. It's not a biggie, but anymore, somebody sneezing can have an effect. The market is kind of desperate, I think. Ooh, look at there. We did get a pop. You see that? What's happening on... Let's get a refresh over here. Oh, 0.5% on pricing and a bit on manufacturing. Amazing. Well, that was it for the numbers. I don't know why this thing keeps trying to update, but I don't like that. I'm going to just shut that off. See if it continues to. There we go. Jared Kushner is now the U.S. envoy. Oh, wow. Not what you know it, it's who you marry, I guess, right? Jesus Christ. Well, what we have got going on right now is one gigantic bowl of retail soup. I would say stand down and be real careful. If that's not a chopper ram, I don't know what is. 32 to 47, 10 and a half something points. You know, absolutely balanced, just under the POCs. Now this is my MCVPOC. You do, as I talk about in the pre-market, you can do this any way you want to. It's up to how you trade and what stuff you're looking for. This is my micro composite chart, as I talk about in the pre-market, and it's RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. Here's Friday. Here's today. Here's the micro composite VPOC as generated by this volume profile. I'm sure there's as many ways to do this as there are people, right? So hopefully it's clear and important to note that everything I do here is what I'm doing. Remember, this is my virtual journal, right? Trading journal. This is no way my way or the highway. I in no way, shape, or form suggest that this is the only way or the right way to do something. This is what I'm doing. And I would be really appreciative of anybody that has a better or an alternate idea. Drop something in the chat. Get a dialogue going here, you know. I'm sure everybody has a different way of doing it. IB high, IB low. So maybe now is a good time to talk about the way I approach this. Trading, my opinion of trading and my approach here is that trading is a statistical business based on probabilities, and it's essentially a random environment. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. That's a statistical fact. And so I am trying to walk in the footsteps of the most successful hedge funds and traders that have come before in the world, actually, you know, Jim Simmons and those guys, who have all come to the same conclusion that it is a random environment and that you need to trade based on probabilities and statistics. So that's what I'm trying to do. I've identified, you know, not any surprise to anybody, that the initial balance trades, of which there are two, there's an initial balance continuation, or in this case, had this been the initial balance, an initial balance failure, meaning a simple mean reversion or a trend continuation, directional. Those are the two trades that I have vetted, two around the IB high, two around the IB low. So what's that mean? Well, it means that I have nothing to do except watch the market and try to get in the groove until 9:30, because there is no statistic until 9:30. Now, the way I've gone about vetting them and the way I understand, or I should say the correct process as I understand it, is you identify hey, Ron. You understand you identify a pattern that repeats itself frequently and the criteria that validates that pattern, and then you capture a statistically significant data set of that setup and parameters and determine if it has an edge or not. So that's what I'm doing. I've done so with the initial balance trades. I hope. And that I have done here. This is IRT. And it's important to point out initially here that this is the trading system, IB, that I have come up with, and the specific rules associated with those two trades that I just described. Using the basic risk neutral 2-lot package, which I put on in the pre-market and describe how that's set up in Bookmap with multi-brackets in the pre-markets. The exact same setup over here. Now that I said that, let me make sure about that. 12, 12, 48, 60, yep, okay. So it's 12 tick stop, 12 tick target, T1, 48 tick T2, no trails, that's correct. There's some other parameters that have been added into this thing as time goes by, but yeah, you get the point. Each of these rules, first of all, with the backtest system of IRT, and I suppose many or all, maybe, I don't know, you have to have a specific set of rules for each step. It's not handy like multi-brackets where you can put in a stop and a size, and then it's clever enough to figure out whether you went short or long, because this is a backtest. And when you run the backtest, you select the number of days you're going to look backwards, and this computer will evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute candle. And however many days backwards you go, backwards you look, with zero discretion. Specifically, absolutely, like the rule. If the rule says that that something does or doesn't happen when the close is above this line right here and the close is on this line, it doesn't happen. It's that, it's specific. There is no discretion whatsoever. And so there we are. Now what I'm going to do today, and what I'm doing now, is first, this is simulated within IRT, because I'm going to now add this system to this chart so that the system will be looking and trading this live data that we're now in this session that we're now going through. So I'm going to send it to the chart, and I'm going to get rid of these lines because I don't want them all over the place. There we go. So after 9:30, these pullback and continuation zones and trigger zones will start to appear and be plotted over here. These lines and levels on this chart have nothing to do with the trading system. They are just indicators that I created at this specific location as the trading rules use, but for me to verify visually, is this crap happening where I want it to, where I expect it to? That's all it's about. And again, this is simulated. So these trades that are plotted over here, if something happens today, are not going to be pushed or sent to AMP to actually trade, because I want to be sure they're working properly before I do that, obviously. What I am doing now, and it may or may not be working out very well, but it's the only way I know to go about it, is that when a trade triggers over here, when I get and I only have 3 rules, let me point out. There's only, I'm not very, creative about my naming. It's A, B, and trigger. If I have 3 rules and I get the trigger on this chart, then I manually replicate or take that trade over here live in Bookmap. But that separates the possibility of the machine doing it automatically. Right? I figure that's a little better. So that's where I'm at. And again, I have nothing to do until 9:30. Okay. Richard, I know you are follow Patrick Boyle some, as I do. I'm not sure about you, Antonio, or Ron, but I recommend it. I recommend. He's a pretty funny guy, and I think has a good perspective. I don't know if you remember the special that Patrick did on Trevor Milton and the Tesla, and where that useless piece of crap scam, they pulled the truck up to the top of the hill and then tipped the cameras. It looked like the truck was running on its own and all that kind of crap. Guess who got pardoned by Trump after a $1.5 million mysterious donation to a certain campaign fund? Trevor Milton. Believable. It's just crazy. And, we're fighting a war on drugs, and this, drug guy gets pardoned. One of the biggest, I think probably the largest convicted drug dealer, apart from, and even perhaps more so than El Chapo, that guy from Mexico, he was pardoned. I don't know. I really don't know. So here we go, heading for back to trading. Continue to be lost in this whole idea. The thing for me about this that makes it tough is, in trading, to do with numbers or reports and stuff like that, I feel like I had or want to have a sort of an understanding of what the populace is going to do, how they're going to react. And when these kind of crazy things happen that don't make any sense to me at all, it's not a political thing. It's like, son of a bitch, what to think, I don't know which way to jump. Things that I think would be just create a hue and cry don't seem to have any effect whatsoever. I don't get it. I don't get it. Let's see what's going on else now, though. We're approaching 9:30, at which point the statistic will become the first statistic, which is the initial balance statistic, and that happens to be rule number 1, or A, in my system. Now, what is the initial balance statistic? Let's get back to the statistics tab over here. Remember that we opened higher in range today. There are only 4 open types in the statistics study. You're, weren't around in the pre-market. The study it's just, nothing I do here is anything other than just data and price-driven, period, statistics. It looks back 1,650 at the most recent 1,650 trading days. Of these days, we opened higher in range 508 of them. And these are the statistics associated with the probability or the percentage of time that each one of these statistics was revisited by price in the RTH trading session, current session. You notice that IRT, as I said earlier, does highlight the proper open type after 8:30, of course, Central Standard Time. And another thing they do, which is pretty handy, the levels here, once the level has been revisited, they also highlight that level text to blue from black. We've tagged out the overnight high. We've tagged the previous high or low, one or the other. I'm guessing the high. We haven't tagged out the POC or the mid yet. Interesting, huh? They're down below us. They're down here somewhere. So how does all this tie together to be the initial balance statistic? Well, here you go. The most probable event or statistic which will be achieved in each and every open type, of which there are only 4, remember. These are statistic open types. This is not like neutral day and all those market profile things. 97.4% of the time, the overnight high or low, or the IB high or low, is revisited by price at some point in the trading session between 9:30 and 1600. That's the statistic. There you go. What's happening now? Well, we're getting ready to bump our head up here. It isn't it? And what is this going to say to us? What's going to happen over here if they take this out? Nothing. Because it's not 9:30. This is not a statistic. All this level does, or the high or the low, all they do is mark the high of the first 1 hour. So if price goes zooming up here to 69.54, it'll just be, this level will go up there until 9:30. Then they stop moving and the statistic becomes active. So here we go. Yeah, I'll be really, I'm looking forward to, let me change my approach here. I'm looking forward to getting all of to tomfoolery behind us so that we can have more of a normal market. And I think these statistics will level out. I spent a lot of time over the past, now I'm on 6 consecutive stops in the system. Partly because my transposition of a live signal on IRT and how I get it entered in Bookmap is not always equal. So in other words, by the time I get over there, I might not get the same entry price. And at least one time last week, the difference cost me a stop. Cost the difference between a stop and a scratch by literally 1 tick. The importance of entry, right?
Location.
So I'm trying to see how that works out. But this is exactly why I'm trading the micros. So, you know, that stop's $30, not 300. But I'm looking forward to getting some, more of a more volatility, more liquidity. Let's trade this around the real economy and not some random weirdness that's going on by somebody, you know. And about 6 minutes until the initial balance statistics sets. Or it becomes a thing, actually. I think everything looks like everything's working okay here. The lags have stopped lagging and data seems to be smoothing out. This is a real, look at this profile, and look at this range, this price action. That is retail soup. You can hear the blender. So we've got about 5 big ones. They got the POC, the MC. Now, again, this is my VPOC. Better go back to bed immediately. And my workflow for these levels on good point, I guess. Once they've been achieved or are no longer an active thing, I change the text, whatever color it used to be, change it to black. I know that that's been revisited. And because we're trading because we're back in a normal system again. Wait a minute, I don't want that. What am I doing? Who's on third? This price is definitely within these overlapping prices, so it will be included tonight. And then in doing so, we'll generate a new microcomposite VPOC to be differentiated from the regular POC that is for each session, like that. Okay. See how there's the yellow one is the microcomposite has been tagged just now, yet the previous POC from back here on the 30th remains. And if you go over here, guess what? There's the POC that was just tagged out, and here's the one from the 30th. Isn't that cute how that works out? Don't you love it? And none of this is just me trying to organize things and keeping them in order that I can understand. I really envy these fellas that don't have any indicator, don't have any volume, don't have anything, just, watching price bob along, and, well, it looks like we're going to get this here, and they go along and they seem to make money. I forget his name, that one guy in, various places. And I don't mean the internet guru morons that are just doing everything in the rearview mirror. I mean actual people who I believe are really trading. I don't know how, but yeah. There you go. And, I repeat again, if you have a great system that's making money, and you don't want to post it in the chat, let me know. I'll give you my number, call me, as Tom says, call me. It does have a lot of. And what was that? Well, that was nothing. It's not 9:30 yet. So this bump is because of what? Who the hell knows? This IB high is going to move up here. It's that simple. Now they did take both of those POCs, you see. And what was this over here? What is this guy up here all about? I can't remember. Oh, that's the gap high from the 29th. Okay. Really? No, gap low. I'm sorry. Yeah, that makes sense. Gap low. Or does it? Now, that's gonna be no go anymore. Been closed. It's probably worth saying that in my world, in Boomerville, gaps, we are not in a gap today by any stretch of the imagination, but a gap to me, well, some people think we are because it's a gap between Friday's close and today's open. I don't do that. I do range, previous close to current open. Current, previous session close to current session open is my version of a gap. You can do it any way you want to go. Remember, this has got nothing to do with my way or the highway. And I make absolutely I think I very strongly do not ever suggest that this is the right way or the way to go. Trade. What I'm doing. There are times when I say things, now it's 9:30. Now we have a new IB statistic. You notice we just had the IB move and we've taken it out and it's past 9:30. So by definition, the initial balance statistic has been taken in that price revisited. You notice how 9:30 happened and all of my pullback and continuation zones manifested to bookmap? Oh, here's what I was talking about. There's the IB. There's 30 and there's the IB. So here we are. Yeah. Boy, that's just by the knickers, too. Excuse me. I'm not going to give you my speech about don't trade to the stat because it's over with. But anyway. So here we go. Let's see what happens over here. Now that it's become 9:30, the initial balance trade is a done deal. You notice that the pullback and continuation zones start to plot around the IB here. I'll widen this out a little so I can kind of see what the hell is going on. And nothing's going on at this point, but you know. So now we have the initial balance. The first rule of the system is taken. And there it is. And there it is. And there it's plotted. That's an A. Oh boy, oh boy. And that will only remain so if the close is above the IB. Let's see if we can widen this out a little bit. Bring it down a touch maybe. So we have an A. Followed in hot pursuit by a B. Again, my creative skills. And then it would require a trigger. Over this weekend and through last week, I didn't do well at all because I was taking signals counter trend, and I've really struggled with how to fix that. What to do about that? It's some sort of and it has to be a programmatical, you know, a real codable thing, not just, you know, me discretionarily pulling the trigger or not, because the purpose of this whole story is to have a proper back test, which I'm pretty close, I think. Meaning that it has to be absolutely something the computer can do on its own without my guidance or now the way the signal would work here, if there were to be one, we have an A. Okay, that's out of the way. So now we have a pullback zone, continuation zone. And then these dotted guys on either side of the IB are the trigger. A continuation would be for price to trade up into this continuation zone, come back to the trigger. That would signal along. Other way around, price goes down to the pullback zone. That becomes a B up to the trigger, and it's a short. Now, the first thing I want to do, and that I think is real important, and why I always have Blue Boy on the job over here, is what's the context today so far? It's up, isn't it? Little rotation and then higher lows and higher highs. Is that going to continue? So am I going to be, we're going to get a B here in a second from the looks of it. Am I going to be in a situation where I have a signal and I would be essentially taking a trade against context? That's what bit me in the ass a couple, 3 times last week, and I don't like that. Well, there's a B. Now, if we get a trigger, that would no get away. What is that? Where'd you go, B? I don't know if that signal working just right. This should turn into a 0 here in about a minute, or should have been already, actually. Why it isn't now, I don't know. Bad news at the ranch. So there's the B. Now we have a B. So we have an A and a B. And if this pulls up here to this trigger zone, then it would signal a short. And there we go. Okay, it did work. And by, by my initial commitment here, I should take a short. So let's do something that's really important in the meantime here. I almost forgot. What do we got going on? Let's do the checklist. Well, we got Blue Boy on the job. We have selected both 2-lot. Okay. Now I can trade with the book map. Don't look like I'm going to have to worry about that at this point, but and back to my conversation about context. I have implemented a certain type of context qualifier within the system, but I need to get something that's better. That's why I've had these. That's why I'm looking at some of this other craziness. If anybody's got a good way, whether it's ATR, whether it's zigzag, whether it's who the hell knows, fractals. I was looking at fractals. This is all stuff I've been looking at over the weekend. Well, that doesn't work. That's interesting. And how to turn them off. Is visible. I don't want them visible. Let's get invisible. Okay. Now, if we pull back up here, to the trigger zone, it would signal for me a short. In my brain, it would say, well, is this just a pullback on the continuation in a counter trend trade? I really don't like or want to trade counter trend or counter context. I don't want the system doing that. And now, I'm sure you've already pre-thought about it if you've been around here much. The system doesn't pay attention to it, and if it has a statistical edge or an expectancy, then you take the damn trade. That's a pretty hard pill to swallow, though, I'll tell you, when it's going the wrong way. Like right now, this would be, in my opinion, this is a context up. We've extended up. Are we going to short, which is a mean reversion? I don't know. It's irritating. I don't know what to think about it. I don't know how to approach it. And here's another thing I just thought about. I don't really have another. For example, this thing is set to trigger a short. There's no way to have those signals be invalidated unless there's that context filter. You see what I mean? So if price trades up here to the trigger zone, that will signal a short. That would mean the system should go short as it's back tested. And it's got a positive expectancy and good risk reward and R value and all that stuff over many, many days, 20 days, December, 500 days, take your pick. But there would be no way to get this to go up here and back for a long without already signaling a short. So that's a gotcha there. I just realized that. That is a gotcha. Wow. Sound like a football. Well, what's going on else? Let's look around here. Boom. That is an interesting idea. Or maybe not. Again, if you're just new here or whatever, first of all, welcome. Smack a thumbs up and a subscribe. I'm not monetized by anybody, so that's cool. I'm in it for the likes and subs. And, drop something in the chat. If you could use the session prices, let me know. I'm happy to share those with you. I start pushing them at 1,700 on Sunday night continuously through 1,600 on Friday. Share them free, no problem. Happy to do that. A lot of people in Static and TLab, whatever else Ron here does. Yeah. Now, of course, I'm going to be pretty disappointed that price didn't jump up here and tag a trigger and go short, right? Of course, it's always greener on the other side of the fence, isn't it? And here we go again with these levels. It's so funny to me, and I've brought it up last week as well, how these levels are so respected by price. Look at that. Look at there. Look at there. And those levels are absolutely meaningless. They're just stuff I drew on there out of, let's call this a pullback zone. Let's call this a continuation zone. Got nothing to do with anything. And it's no more important than Fibonacci, I don't think. Just some levels I came up with and thought, well, let's build the system around this and see how these work out. It's phenomenal. Look at this. Look at how many times this level's touched and prices reacted to it. Isn't that? Now, if I were a rearview mirror guy and wanted to sell you some horse shit, I'd tell you this was some super duper thing. And, it's amazing to me. I didn't really notice that because don't really use level, indicators and stuff. But as I started looking at these pullback and continuation zones for this system that I'm betting, it's just like, whoa, that's amazing. That's amazing. Last week was just crazy. Confirmation bias, huh? By the way, if you're interested, you can see these levels and the prices, associated prices, do a screen snap. It's real simple. It's just, there's the IB, in this case, high, 3 to 5 points, 3 to 5 points, and the trigger's 1 point either side of the IB. I got nothing to hide. And now we're going to get a trigger, which would mean a short. Let's see if one triggers over on the system. I'll kind of be bummed out, but I'll have to take a short here. Phew, dodged the bullet. And of course, had that been the trigger, one more tick, then I'd be, I'd be all happy with myself for being scaled. Or not. Yeah, scaled. 4 to 1 is 3, isn't it? Yep. I have to really think about what to do here, to be honest with you. I'm sick of losing trades just because I want to stick to my guns. I'm losing and taking stops that are trades I wouldn't normally be taking because they're counter trend. No more news. I don't know. Price couldn't get below that developing value area low very far, could they? Or value area high, I'm sorry. Don't know what to think about this or how to think about it. And I think about it a lot away from the stream here too. I did a lot of searching around trying to figure out how to get a. I could easily put in just a simple user variable flag that I manually set, but that's not the point. Then that's throwing my discretion into the mix, and that's not a good thing, I don't think. This would be called a bar trade or a bar whatever, breakout and retest by Rod and Company. Don't know. Don't know what to think. Obviously, I don't have to do anything, but if it signals a short, I would, and the system takes the short, then I'm supposed to be doing that. There's a few rules I've had in my life that are in my trading life, like don't diddle in the middle and don't trade against, counter trend trade or against contexts that are pretty ingrained in me. Now, let's look at this. One more tick here would have signaled a short, and it would have been scaled, and that's all that matters at this point. Once it's a scale, then it's okie dokie. Are they going to keep getting excited and try to run it up? I don't know. It is a fairly balanced profile, which suggests a mean reversion. And all the IB failure trade is a mean reversion trade with a, fancy name, IB something or another, because it's based on that IB signal, on that IB statistic, but it's just mean reversion. And that's a hell of a mean reversion. And this is all just pure conjecture because I'm not in the trade. One more tick would have said get in it because there's the trigger, but and nor is the system. Nobody home over here either. So we see. I'm going to go water up, so I'm sure something important will happen while I'm filling my bottle. Okay, are we rich yet? What happened here? I decided I better green tea it up too. You never know when that might come in handy. Well, you know, you're getting old. When going to bed early and green tea replaces boot scooting and blender sports. What worries me about all these stops up here is everybody's picking the high. Nothing I can do about it, but, you know, that's what they're doing. Trying to pick a top, which is not my favorite thing to do. And here I come back to my dilemma of the of this statistic again. Should get a V pound 4, no, 6, I guess. That ought to be a trigger right there. Let's see if we catch that.
Order submitted.
Entry being everything. There was a signal. Missed it. You see what's happening with these damn entries? Well, that sucks the big one. And here comes one of Antonio's favorite epoch migrations. Son of a gun. Look at there now. By a tick, huh? That's the difference in me doing this manually and the system doing it. Now the system, it isn't in the trade. Oh, it's not. This is, let me point out, it's real important that you make sure which side of this line you're on if you're using the mouse to trade, because if you actually click accidentally on this side of the active data column, you're in a trade whether you wanted to or not. Now, the way to cancel this, I could do it with the mouse. I can do it up here. With the mouse, you use the center right over the label and the center button, whatever you call that, like that. The signal did take a short. The system is short. Are we looking? No, over here. There was the trigger. Rather than taking it up here, the system is short from down here because of a criteria that I have put in there about contacts, where we need 2 in a row going that direction, going the same way as the trade. So let's see what happens to this. I'm not in the trade on the real money account. The system is in a trade on its own. Right, you can tell that right there. That's the entry. And it starts plotting this green line, this red line. I'm pretty pleased with the fact that the signals are working as expected. That's something I've been battling with for freaking donkey's years. Not that it matters what happens visually, because that doesn't affect the system, but there's a couple of, ooh, thank you, Mama. A couple of people who have, Garrett and a couple of guys who are wanting to use the system themselves, and when these levels were firing, these signal markers were firing all over the place, it got pretty confusing. Well, there we go. Son of a gun, huh? You see what happens? Well, yeah. And there was very definitely the risk neutral scale, and who knows where. I don't know what to do. Yeah, I don't know what to do. But by the way, anybody, I'm going to call this thing, there's the risk neutral scale right over here. I'm going to call this system pretty well vetted. So if anybody's got a suggestion for the next one to approach, to start working on, I'd love to hear that. Ideally, of course, I would get the system so well refined that I would, and I would suddenly wake up one morning and know all about code, that I would be able to push the signals to Bookmap and then just, have that ATM in the basement and spend all my time hanging out on the beach or whatever else. And then I woke up. But you see, I let my discretion, my apprehension about counter trend trading, I could have pushed this right here. I could have put it right on the trigger zone. It got to the trade, but only on the bid, not the ask. So it didn't get the sell. And I would now be risk neutral and, helmet on, here you go. That's where discretion and, humans come into play. Rear view mirror, baby. That rear view mirror trading. This is completely transparent and yeah, it's a good one with static guys too. I think Rod likes that. They also love the Rod and Harry and those guys also really like the big V reversal. Like you get a big. This is not a good example anywhere, but you get a big drop like this and then it goes the other way. Yeah. Now, of course, now that we've figured that out. And the VWAP to VPOC was actually a trade I started manually trading when I first got involved with the TLab because I like the sound of that. I need to. It's just like the migrating VPOC. Of course, the meat and potatoes. Everybody can see where the yellow brick road is going, but the meat and potatoes is the specific criteria, the rules which justify the trade. And, but yeah, I think that's a good idea too. And it's like the initial balance trade. The reason I took the initial balance trades to vet first, there is the IB continuation and there's an IB failure. So you've got a vetted trade that you can lean on in either of the context, continuation or rotational. Now you see this is not going anyplace, and here we have what Rod and those fellas would call this is a bar trade, breakout and retest, breakout and retest. The problem I have with the bar trade, and I have asked the question, but I don't get an answer that I understand. Which way you got to take it? I assume in the direction of context. That's also another one. But here we are, and why in the hell isn't the VPOC? Why is it still down here somewhere? What's going on here? Who's on third? That is the brighter yellow, which is the the RTH VPOC per bookmap. Have I got something stupid going on over here in bookmap? Nobody be clever and say, yeah, the driver. Okay, let's see what's going on over here. This is an example of how the system plots a trade without. I can also turn on, stop and target T1, T2, whatever. This color is in the money and red is not. This is the first T1 buy right down here because if we sell it, we buy it. Sell it, plots it. Excuse me while I chew in your ear here. Let me mute. Got a UN meeting on Venezuela here. One of those. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. Trump participates in policy meeting. Now, wonder what you suppose that's about. I suppose with the cabinet people, I guess. I don't know. These are those random risk events or blue sky risk that we don't know anything about here. Not political, just a fact. I'm not going to bother going into it. You guys have heard it enough times. But okay. Let me repeat that this is my virtual journal, and I am not trying to in any way tell somebody how to trade or give financial advice. But maybe. As you see, I do trade live and narrate continually, and I have nothing to hide from anybody. And I don't think that mentality of first of all, anybody that puts their stuff behind a payroll wall, that's pretty obvious what that's about. But these guys, I don't want to share my setup because it might, be diluted or whatever. I mean, Jesus Christ. When we see the market on close and balance orders, there's 1.6 billion contracts on the close. I don't guess that me saying something and, a handful of people maybe or maybe not trading that way is going to have any impact or dilute the edge, deteriorate the edge of the setup. So that's why I have no problem. Now, after saying all of that part, absolutely don't try to trade. I guess you might have been better off, but let me just put it this way. There's a big delay in YouTube, and I have no control over it. When I put that good morning thing at 7:54 up there in the chat, that's the reason I do that, is just kind of see what the YouTube delay is. And this morning it was about 25 seconds. So you can imagine what 25 seconds might do to your position or your entry and price. So it's just, I don't think there's anything to worry about somebody trying to copy or follow a trade, because surely you understand that you're getting the feed, both audio and visual here from the stream, with quite a delay. You see how it plots now a drawdown. I guess I can probably do this without causing any harm. Maybe. This is the system. Edit. Okay, I'm going to put the T2 and I'm going to put the stop here. T3. And I'm going to make that some goofy color. I don't put these here, leave these on because I'm drawing lines all over the place, but you get it. So here is T2. And there is stop, and there it stopped out, right there. So the trade was stopped. And there you have it. Scratch. Now it's done something. I don't know. What's it done? That's why this. Oh, okay. It's because of the A up here. Now we still have the possibility of going up here and picking up a continuation trade. Oh. We don't have that yet. So that's how the full system works. A, B, trigger, trade. And the reason that it didn't short on the trigger, which is maybe something I need to address, is a context filter that I have in the actual entry, which is down here. But I absolutely don't make I don't recommend, and I certainly don't make changes to my trade plan or, like the system during the trading day. I think that's a fool's game. How are you going to do it? The way to properly systematically determine if a change you're thinking about or that I'm thinking about making is valid or not, I run a back test on the original system as it is now. Then I make that change, and then I run the same days, the same every other parameter back test, except that one rule change. If it makes positive improvement, okay. If it doesn't, I know what to do. I know that I'm not going to do that. And again, way I do it. Rod doesn't do any of this. He claims that he just, scrolls back on his charts and eyeballs whether it hits the levels or not. And the guy's making 40, 50 grand a month. I'm certainly not saying that this is my way or the highway. And who knows what Tom really does. I think Tom, personally, if you want to know my real conspiracy, I'll put on my Alex Jones hat here. I'm sure that Tom doesn't trade at all, but he owns Bookmap. Just kidding. Nah, just kidding. Yeah, be sure to understand, just kidding. I have a lot of respect for Tom and what he does, and his philosophies, his approach, and that's why I continue to do my little bit every day. And that's certainly not to say that I think everybody in there is stand up or straightforward or anything else, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Tom. And in general, the TLab and a lot of good people in there. And I like the fact also that it's, it's pretty mature. Not like Romper Room with a bunch of bells and whistles and goofy shit going on. Well, so we're 1 for 1. Scratch-a-rooney. Okay. I'm really pleased that the signals are working out. Well, I have no idea how long I struggled with that. I'm not a code guy, right? I'm just an old cowboy from Montana here, so I'm just winging this crap, that's for sure. That's another reason not to hang your hat on this. I do think there's some valuable things to say in philosophy and ideas that I try to share frequently that just make common sense, but I'm certainly no code wizard. And just a word about the session or the signals and stuff, the system. The way it works is when in the case of a short, when the position is flat, then all of those signals are reset to 0. Notice that there's still an IB, a 180 up here, V pound 180. That's because, excuse me, that's because we also had an A continuation, the first rule of the continuation setup. We have not gotten a B, nor have we gotten a trigger. That would be 80, 82, 84, and then 86 is that 186 would be the trade. And, again, the fact that I'm not a code guy, that's why I've got all these V-pound variables up here so I can try to figure out what's going on. Because I was having a problem with getting the signals to visually appear properly. And just looking at the way this system worked, or the way it traded this morning so far, here was the trigger into the trigger zone. Well, it didn't initiate the trade because of a requirement 2 bars in the same direction with the context for a context filter. Maybe I need to move that context filter from the entry to the trigger rule. So that would be part and parcel of the trigger rule. Don't know, just thinking out loud. Oh, and here we go. VPOC migration up, baby. I'll tell you one thing, just messing around with this at this level, it's really, I really have a lot of admiration for quants. I mean, I did anyway, but this, there's nothing discretionary about what those guys do or those machines do, right? It's a machine. It's like this thing. You backtest this thing, it will run however many gazillion days you want. It will evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute or whatever periodicity you have it set for. Period. As I understand the quant world, there's a human riding herd on the thing to maybe tweak stuff or pull the plug if it goes crazy, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know. but I'm going to get rid of those. The reason I don't like these stops and targets on here is because of this reason. They continue on forever. I don't know how to make that stop. Sure, there's a way. I just don't know. This trading system indicator here is an old thing that Chad Payne programmed some time ago, and it's got some problems. For example, you can only have these three things plotted, or that I know of anyway. And if you notice down here, it says it's minus 12 ticks. Well, it's not. It's scratch. It was built around all in, all out, and it doesn't realize that there was a T1 and then a stop. So it doesn't realize that it doesn't do the math properly to understand that. It's the same thing with when there's both profit targets hit. It only says plus 48 ticks when in reality it's plus 60. I don't care. It's insignificant to me. Now you see that it reset an A signal, pullback, because that had been reset. That had been set to 0 once this trade had gone flat. That's why there's not opposing A's over here. So now we have the first rule of another pullback trade is active. And we're gonna snuggle our way up here to the continuation zone. I don't know what to think about that either. But just as in the pullback zone, I am going to take the trade if it signals itself, if it materializes. In the meantime, I'll have some snacks over here. I say this probably every day, but yeah, my eyes are really bad too, Ron. Or Richard, sorry. That's a good example of how bad my eyes are. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I didn't think about that. And of course, something I'm not sure who's ever around at the close, but it's something that I try to say every day at least once. The most important, well, where the hell is it? Let me just throw it in here real quick. Stand by. I gotta change these hotkeys. I gotta add a couple more of them. This is for the time stamps. The most critical component that most of us have in our office, in our trading office, in our trading setup, is you. That person sitting on the other side of the monitors. As Richard just said, I need some get some new eyeballs. Well, think about it. All of the time and money and study and whatnot that we put into monitors and software and indicators and on and on and on is useless. Your eyes take in all of that data, and your brain processes it and makes financial decisions which affect you and your family. And so few people, I mean, so many times we overlook that. I overlook that. Make sure you're properly hydrated, properly rested. You're not on emotional tilt. And as far as your eyes go, on Richard's prompt, you know, imagine the damage you're doing to your eyes by standing here staring or sitting there staring at these screens for multiple hours every day. Short focus eye muscles are in constant tension. Every hour or so, get up and look out the window, go outside, peek over the fence at the neighbor lady, whatever the hell it is. Focus down the street, down on the horizon, you know, give your eyes a break and a rest. Natural light, a little UV is really good, they say. Why did that not go away? So, yeah, that's really important. And so many times, traders don't think of that. You know, why is that stop still in there? That's why right there. Speaking of eyes, there we go. Okay. So that's really important. Fortunately, my office is such that I have 2 stand-up desks, so I can step back and do squats or curls or whatever else it is and still watch the markets. I mean, I'm like everybody else. I don't, you know, to get out and go exercise or whatever. I do walk and things like that, but through the day I'm talking about. That doesn't do your eyes any good. Getting outside, some natural light, a little UV, focus down the horizon, that's what does the eyes some good. Well, here we are. Well, what are we doing? Going on here with volatility or volume? Is it coming to a, they put this thing in reverse or what? Uh-huh. Well, that kind of. Then we've dropped from from over 80. We're down to a 1.5 point ATR on a 1 minute chart. That's not a good thing. I don't think. One thing I will say, and I often do, raise this point. Notice the profile in general. And over here. And over there. Get over here away from those numbers. And notice this profile in general. What jumps out? There's no taper or follow through to the upside. We have taper to the bottom, we have taper to the bottom, we have taper to the bottom, taper to the top, taper to the bottom, taper to the top, taper up and down. That to me, just as a, kind of a rule of thumb or finger in the wind kind of thing, is the auction isn't finished to the upside. Well, we got the blender soup story going on here now, I think. Retail soup. Well, now. go. What are we gonna do now? We're gonna get a B signal over here. Let's check. Somebody said something, I guess. Or maybe they're just, Antonio doing all that buying on the VPOC migration down there. Boy, they just keep teasing that thing, don't they? The idea here now will be that if we get a close, we've got a pair. We'll get a B signal at the top, and then pull back to the trigger, and then blah, blah, blah. Bob's your uncle. There we go. Will it continue? Will it stay? Who's on third? I don't know. Well, we can trade. That's still a thing. It hasn't closed up there, though, so that's why that came and went. No, that's not why that came and went, and that's disappointing. This right here should be signaling a B up there. Oh, it went 0. Now we won't get another one because I've got a 1 and a 0, so that B will not qualify up here. Will not be displayed up here. I got to see the difference between. Let me do a screen snap of that on the code. I have to see a difference between these two. Where'd that go? Oh, I don't want that. There we go. I'm getting there though. Now I have to ask myself the question: will the system take a long down here if it gets a trigger? Even though you see, there's a big difference. There's a huge difference between the visual representation of these signal markers, and there we go. So I'll put a long over here and see if we get hit. We took a long on this on the system. Let's see what happens over here now. Okay, there we go. So there we got a 1. We got to trade off. Whether that's going to materialize into anything good or not, I have no clue, but at least I'm sticking to my guns here. I don't like the fact that that stopped. This is a real huge example of why trade location is so important. Where is that? Let's see if I have a thing for that. Yeah, it's so important. If you can get asymmetrical trade location, had I waited until we touched the IB high, I would have had, my stops would have been below the POC. Does that matter? Who the hell knows? But I'd have felt better about it. Now we've got to get a new high up here in order to get T1, which is another potential problem. That would not have been the case had I been down a couple of ticks to the IB low, or to the IB. Let's see. What do we got to get? 3 ticks, a point up there to get that. To get that. It is just comical to me how these arbitrary levels in the middle of outer space seem to have so much importance to price. Unless I'm some sort of a psychic, mystical person that chose those values, kind of like the Tasca lines or something. Who the hell knows? I can tell you, it is, I hope it is obvious how the importance of entry location. I still believe that we've got a pretty flat top up here, and if we catch another, couple of ticks above that all-time high, there's got to be a bunch of stops up here, people trying to pick the high. Pick the top or whatever you call it. And I feel better being in alignment with context, so that not saying that this is going to be a great trade, but at least I feel more warm and fuzzy about it. Oh, there we go. And I missed that, but I'll get it typed in there now. So now it's wrist neutral scale. Now it's helmet on, feet up. Wind her up, baby. Here we go. Will we get someplace? I have no idea. Now I need to start thinking about, look at all this liquidity piling up here. Get out of the way, goddammit. We got to get this up here. We got to get this thing, whatever this is, from a long time ago. Excuse me. I need to start thinking about, what do I do now? Do I trail them up? Do I let it sit there? Do I bring it up to break even? Or entry, for example? Those are the things that what if stuff that I vet in my backtesting. And I always revert back to this basics thing. Oops, first thing in the mornings. What do we got above us up here? Let's just look. We got no levels for a long time up here. 70s. We got a gap low and a gap high and pie in the sky, whatever else. Well, here is the high of this micro composite, and this gap over here is only a little blink of an eye, as you can see. As you can see here, gap low and gap high or whatever else. Will they try to take it up some more? I don't know. And what do I do now? Who's on third? We're getting that taper, remember? Which is kind of snazzy. I'm tempted to trail up to here. That would only be a 1-to-1 risk reward, or R value, R multiple, whatever else it is. But it would knock down some of the those stops. Would only eliminate one, however. Right, where this is a little better than 2.5 to 1 up here. See a lot of buy-in here, and I don't see a hell of a lot of favorable. Oh well, I can tell you one reason. Action here. I don't know what to do. And there's all kinds of schools of thought about how you manage stops and stuff. Trail up below swing lows. And do all kinds of things like that. Kind of running out of, there we go. Get a squeeze going. That would work. Yeah, that'd make me pretty happy. So is this a swing low? Do I trail up to here? I don't know. Do I trail to break here? This is the part that gets me every time. And this is the part that I can work out some of this in the backtesting, but it's hard for me to get the feeling into it, right? One thing I am definitely not going to do, I don't think. I'm pretty disappointed about having these things blow back in my face, I'll tell you that right now. So that's a trail. What am I gonna put over here? We'll see what happens. Took it right up to that gap low from the other day, 23rd. And there we go. Okay. Okay. Now it'll probably just take off and go ripping and snorting up to the top. That's perfectly normal. I remember that the trailing stop stuff is not implemented over here. So we're still waiting to see what happens. And I suppose, again, it's the discretion of the trader and the fact that I've had a few losses, you know, a few stops last week. I'm not in the mood to have it come back in my face. So I didn't. And, you know, that's that. Well, thing sure doesn't do you any good is crying over spilt milk. No, woulda, coulda, shoulda shit doesn't work very good, right? Or stuff, I shouldn't swear, I guess. Let's just see what happens. First, let's do the screen snap for the for posterity here. I do these every time. There's the complete record to the millisecond entry, blah, 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 blah. Everything you want to know. Or we're afraid to ask. Oh, man. What's this? I don't want to do that. I don't know why that did that. Where are we? It's a pretty good example of how Bookmap, again, transparency and accountability. You see this live. You see this live right now. You see the exact times, Entry X, blah, 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 blah. Amp account. There you are. I don't know what else to say or do, but I know it's live and real. So this is for, you know, I do these screen snaps for my static journal and my records, and this basically is just to point out how Bookmap plots everything. And would I have loved to taken it off up here? You bet, because I'm a rearview mirror trader, man. I knew exactly where it was going to go. I was going to go right up here to this gap low, and it is. See, look at there. That is a phenomenal part of the rearview mirror squad, right? Oh, well, that works. Well, scratch on the system so far today. Scratch, and we'll see. We're at T1 over here. Oh, I hope I was showing you this over here. Did I not do that? Man, I'll tell you, I'm a donut, baby. This is what I was trying to point out, how Bookmap exactly plots and records everything visually, and down here, everything about the trade. Entry X is the millisecond, so you can go back and back test or back check with times and prices if you care to. And if not, that's okie dokie. Well, Okay. Anybody, I don't listen to the music on the stream here because I don't have speakers in my office. I do have a headset and I can hear it if I put that on, but I get tired of standing here for all these many hours, 8 or 9 hours a day with a headset on. So if it's weird or stupid or unenjoyable or whatever else it is, throw something in the chat. Now what have they done? Well, they've kind of got this second fractal going on up here. But they very definitely pulled excess across here, didn't they? See how that works? I think that's a valid thing to watch for. Where am I? Oh, okay. Looks a lot more finished, doesn't it? Same way with there. I'm not making any statement about where it's going to go from here. I'm just saying that always seems to make a lot of sense to me. And this trade is still plugging along. Scratch. It is a it is risk neutral, so Yahoo buckaroo, let's go. Well, what the hell? What's going on here now? I got all kinds of craziness disappearing over here. There we go. Where am I? What am I doing? Who's on third? I don't know. Well, we're still in that trade. That's a pretty good idea. Yeah, we still are. And there's the entry. This, I got lucky into why the trigger fired twice. That's not necessary. There's the scale. And nobody home yet for the target. So we're in the trade at something. Whatever that says over there, 56.5, I guess. 56.5, so 67.5 is 12 points, and that would be T2. Typically, and especially when vetting a trade or vetting a setup, you absolutely cannot do any trail up, do any of that stuff, unless you pre-define that you would do that, and then you do that on every one of the samples that you pull for you. Otherwise, that trade doesn't belong in your data set. If I'd have done this today, if I'd have done this at any point in my setup, I'd have to eliminate this trade from the vetting process, because the vetted trade is a specific signals with its a 12 tick stop and a 12 tick T1 and a 48 tick T2, and you don't touch that stuff. And I did not. So that's why I'm out getting stuff, and I can show you the back testing. Follows along with that theory. 11 o'clock. Now I have the big decision. I go walk around, rest those eyes. There's another way of resting my eyes that I'm pretty fond of, which is flat on my back. Flat on my back. Now, I have no idea, and I certainly don't recommend making any predictions. You can always anticipate what you think the market's going to do. That's what I try to do. But the longer we fuss around out here with this noise, and we can't seem to get any traction above, and it's starting to be more of a balanced fractal, the less likely I am to expect T2 over here. Typically, when they do this kind of crap, then pretty soon some clever dick runs it down real low to grab a bunch of stops because they have figured out that they have figured out that a whole bunch of people are picking the top. Just purely observation and speculation, not any kind of based on zero, based on no data. And of course, we really know that it's this. It's my CRH BHH up here that's causing all the trouble. Look at it; it's just perfectly respected. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that. It's a fair value something. Floozy. It's a fair value floozy. It is pretty. I think it's so funny that happens. And it's even more pronounced over here. Look at this. There's the line, right? And look at this. Doom, 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 doom. It's amazing, isn't it? Why didn't that go away? That's supposed to be not there. That's pretty weird. How they managed to miss that. Again, this chart is just indicators and nonsense that in order so that I can visualize and try to confirm that things are happening where and when I think they should. The difference between these blue lines, obviously, is this is the value area high, and that's the continuation high. And I'm not going to mess with any of this stuff now. It's working pretty well. I'll look at it all tonight after the market. Are we rich yet? Wait a minute. No. No. Don't. Well, I tell you, much to do about nothing here. Well, look at this. Yeah, you're looking at that. What would you say about the NQ? Still got a pretty flat hat, doesn't it? ES broke that mold. What about that NQ, baby? Pretty 11, almost 11:30. Here in the sunny Central Standard Time. Another VPOC migration. And there would have been the stop. So isn't that cute? And there's the stop. Now it's taken another short right here. That's, I don't think, a good thing. I'm going to have to readdress this issue about out of one. Oh, well, no, here was the stop. Okay, that's no problem. Here's the stop. And then we took another, there's the A. Where's the B? There's the B, and I don't see the trigger. I got to make sure that, oh yeah, no, it's right here. There you go. Yes, it's correct. So it's, Jesus, I'm busy reading something, and it's scaled again. Well, I better get my head out of my butt and start looking at this, I guess. This is not a trade I'm going to be involved in because of that's something else. That's another. This is another criteria I've got to figure out how to code into this thing. There's no way I'd be taking this trade on the with the POC right here. You know, discretionarily would I be doing that? And it's, you know, and it's scaled, so show you what I know. But that's that. So the system is 3 and 2 confirmed scratches, and this one is already risk neutral, so worst that can happen is another scratch. What happened? Again with the scale. So we're doing the We're doing the chopperama here, looks to me like. That's a pretty good reason to just be patient. Grasshopper. So this day would be good for the broker in terms of commission, but so far not. In my manual trading, it's they're 24 points or ticks, which is not anything to write home about. But hey, it beats minus 24 ticks. I think it's going to be walk time for me. This is a good time to eat my own dog food and not get all excited. Well, nothing is happening here. Something's going on weird with my signal guy over here on this. I don't know what all this is about. I do know what it's about. That 380 that right there is not reset to 0, which would eliminate all of this after the first one. Here was fine. I don't know why that didn't work. 380. Oh boy. There's the problem. I've doubled this rule up, and that obviously doesn't work. So I'll just make this a new one. Okay, there we got rid of that. So what's going on? Oh, well, we did take a 48. So this trade that finally entered the trade about 11:30, it never took a stop and got to our T2. Well, isn't that cute? All right. No, that was fun. Now everything should be reset to zeros again, except for why this is not. Oh yeah, we haven't gotten there yet. So we still have another trade possibility with an A and a B, I guess, up here. But I'm not gonna worry about that one. All right, well, where are we now? What else is going on? Oh, there we are. Nothing. Yeah, so I'll do go over the back test stuff at about the top of the hour, like normal, and then we'll do the recap at the bottom of the hour and market on close and balance at 1450, and boom goes the weasel, and that stream is over with for the 5th of January at 1500. All right. Well, I've gone over pretty much how I go about the theory behind why I backtest and trading as a business rather than a video game or gambling. So I'm not going to bother doing that more than once in a day. That's getting redundant for everybody, especially me. So here's the trade that was the first and only trade that was, there's one I didn't like I didn't get filled, took it off. Got filled. T1, traded up, didn't get anywhere, came back down. I trailed up and took it off right, both at T1. So it's a net of 24 ticks, which isn't exactly the best, but it's better than nothing. And there's the outcome of the trade completely from the trade statistics in Bookmap. That was signaled, and I'll show you over here. Now, what I'm going to do now is go through the backtesting idea. This is the setup for backtesting the initial balance trade. These are the rules that I built into the trade system definitions for the initial balance trades, the two of them, IB long, IB high continuation, IB high failure, IB low continuation, IB low failure. So far today, the signal has taken this one, which is a failure. This one. And now it's just done this one the wrong way. And this is crazy. I got to figure out what's going on over here. I don't know. But I see that I'm have an idea that the flags are out. But anyway. So what you do, or what I've done, and this has gotten way more complicated than it needs to be based on trying to get these signal markers to fire properly so that I can feel comfortable letting someone else trade this, or, practice with this or learn from it or use it to give them ideas. A couple guys in Static, and Garrett for one, has been trying to use it. Typically, it's my backtest system, which means I don't plan to have this be ATM in the basement, which generates cash and just trades by itself like an algorithm or algorithmic trader or whatever. The purpose of this was to backtest, and the purpose of setting this up was to build these indicators on this chart to represent the same levels as the rules, and then to see if these things are happening when and where I intended them to, because I'm not a code guy, right? So I'm just winging this. Anyway, moving on from that then, the way to backtest and to vet a trade or a setup is to determine if, over a statistically significant data set, if what I as a trader have decided these rules should be, does that have a statistical edge or not? And the only way to determine that is to capture a large enough data set, backtest every one of them, and here's how you do that. I'm going to go back now. This is, I was looking at 22 days. That's December. Okay, that's not a representative test, but let's do that anyway. And let me explain something else. Going back 22 days, or from the month of December. Now we've got 2 days in January, so that's going to have to be changed to be actually December. The computer, without any input or discretion or anything else is going to evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar and trade or not trade or whatever it is. And then it will calculate the results and show several different reports completely hands off. And it is phenomenal how quickly it can do that. So let's do this. Let's set up the back test for just run 22 days. See what it says. Ready? There you go. Took 1 second to test 9,787 bars. 22 days from the 2nd of December through the 5th of January. Now what I want to do is roll it back to, I would want to have it for just December, but so what? It is what it is, right? This gives you an idea of what kind of reports it generates and what I mean by backtesting. There were 49 trades, 28 long, 21 short, total of $1,142. There were 20 winners, $71 average winner, 10 losers or stops, $27.87. Now the difference between 20 and 10 is 30, right? So there's 49. What's that mean? That means that there's 19 scratches where it would, and I'll show you how that works. There are 4 consecutive winners in a row and 3 consecutive losers in a row. And you can go over here. And here we are. You can see each and every trade, the moment or the minute that it was entered, what type of an entry it was, and what the result was. And there's a scratch. There's a scratch. There's a full stop. Scratch, scratch, full stop. Both targets, both targets, both targets. Pretty amazing, huh? And you can send this stuff to the chart if you want to chart it. I can't do that now because the chart is busy plotting because it can do more than one thing at a time. It's busy plotting what we're doing today. And right now it's scratched. It's got T1. It's going to go up here and it's looking for a T2. Be pretty amazing. Here's the part that's pretty amazing to me. Imagine how long it would take you to backtest 500 days. This is where you can really save time and trouble. $500 days, all the same setup, okay? Ready? While it's busy trading today and live, it just backtested 495 trading days in 10 seconds. Usually it takes about 6, but it's doing something else. It's also trading. That backtest covered 218,859 bars. Total of $14,000. 523 longs, 468 shorts, 1,001 trades. There's the average winner, the average loser, consecutive. And again, if you want to be really accurate or something is bothering you or bothering me, there is each trade going back to the 30th of January, 2024. Every trade to the minute, entry type, stop type, whatever. Now, what I do is take this data and enter it into a spreadsheet I have. Let me fix this before I get all busy. Screw myself up here. Let me just put this at 1 day. Ah, damn. Come on, thing. 1 day. There we go. Okay, so there's how that works. Then I analyze all of this in this spreadsheet. These are all back tests. Instrument, stop, targets, is there a trail, is there not, how many were in the package, how many days, how many trades, average win, average loss, scratch, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk reward ratio, profit factor, and then trade days, long, short, and gross, commissions paid, etc. And you can even do, so I don't track, I was doing them for a while, but I don't do it anymore. Standard deviations, Sharpe ratio, Sotino, all those, they don't really matter so much over this, to me at this point. What I'm concerned with is getting a good expectancy. Now here was December. So in December, I had a 57.61 win rate, expectancy of 23.58, 1.37 R factor, risk to reward of 2.5, and 1.7 profit factor. It was 4 consecutive winners in a row, 3 consecutive losers, 25, 21, and there's the gross. That is really, now that's what I believe, how you do a back test and how you determine if your setup as specified has an edge or not. And that's what I'm all about. These are where I put in what ifs. Here was the same idea. I had a 12 tick at when I reached T1 or 12 ticks positive, it scaled to 12 ticks. In other words, it scaled up to T1. Just what I did today. Here is when it just scales to entry or break even, or not break even, but entry. And so let's look at that one. Let's look at what I should have expected today. Unfortunately, this is going back 495 days, but okay. Average win, 600 wins, average winner 32. Losses 211, average 30. That's right. 75%, 24% loss rate, 13.77 expectancy, 1.5, 2.5, 3.5. And there you go. So if I traded that just like I did today, that's what I should expect. Over 500 days, 875 trades. Of course, past performance is not indicative of future results, but you've got to start somewhere. I mean, you have to have something to lean on, and that's what I'm doing. So that's how I'm approaching backtesting and why I'm doing this system and all this hocus pocus. And 2 o'clock here, there's some Trumpathon going on, if I'm not mistaken. 2:30, okay. So watch for Blue Sky Risk at 2:30. I'm sure he'll have a bunch of comments about the Security Council and stuff that could affect the market, but it won't affect my trading because I have end of day rules, which fire at 14:30 and they flatten everything. And if you want to see that happen, you can watch a couple more minutes down here. When this gets to 14:30, this will go flat unless it's stopped or got a target. About bottom of the hour, I will a little after that. We'll do a recap of the day, preparation for tomorrow, and then market on close at 14 or 1500. Well, had I traded religiously the system and not just thought, okay, this is a crazy market, and followed these, I would be in for one full target, and I don't know what's going to happen over here. So far, we're scratches. No, we're one scratch and a full target, and who knows what's going to happen over here. The worst that's going to happen is a scratch. Let's see if it fires it as advertised over here. Well, that's irritating. I tell you. Five seconds or something. Bam. There you go. Set your watch by it. So it's about 25 ticks or something. But that sets, those reset, and that's all correct. So there you go. All right. That's how the end of day deals work. Okay, let's get on with the market recap. What did we do today? Well, there's our day. Well, there's our day. You can see Blue Boy over here being faithfully holding the day for us. Open down here, right there. IB low and never look back. Context was up the whole day, except this noise that came through right here. This was the first signal I got for initial balance continuation and took it. This was an initial balance failure signal. Put it out there, but it didn't hit, which is, thank you very much, trading gods. Got to the it got to the bid and didn't hit an ask. Didn't take the trade. Didn't get a sell there. Down we go. So one trade in, 24 ticks. And that's it for the day. Fairly good volume. It's about 1 million, about 873,000 on the MES, which is a bit light. It's usually about 1.03. Let's look over here at the yeah, it's 79%. Looking back 20 days, this is. So, keep that in mind. This is just looking back over this Christmas crap and the holidays. We're down to 1 point ATR. We opened higher in range and traded up. I was looking for some responsive selling to take a little profit, and that did not occur. That was what I was thinking about in the pre-market. And there we are. Pretty much balanced profile, almost, quite amazing. A little skew to the upside. Market profile, we've got taper on both sides, so we've got kurtosis. That's, to me, that indicates a completed auction. Less so in the NASDAQ. And notice that the NASDAQ's trading lower third down here. Well, pretty much the same, I guess. Right about its POC, and we're above ours a little bit, or just below up here, okay? Here's the micro composite chart, which is my higher time frame version. These are real simple, as with everything else I try to do. This is the daily session only, the RTH session only. Micro composite, daily chart, daily candlesticks. Remember that if you look at any of my charts, you can see the instrument, periodicity, and the session type at the heading of all of these. Daily candlesticks, wherever they price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. Falling off a log simple, consistent. Generates a micro composite VPOC, generates high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap, these red and green line values, and the session prices, which also push to bookmap. And this is the market profile. In terms of snooze, 2:30, remember, we've got this thing starting. Who knows what, I'm sure there'll be some comments about the security, the UN and whatnot. But looking at it at higher level, this is my go-to news source because it reports real news, real economic and financial calendar that we're used to. Can see today, can see tomorrow, can see this week. Here's what I mean by that. Here's the week. Here's non-farm payroll. Wow, imagine that. Just where I expected it to be. The first Friday of every month, except for a couple of minute rules, at 7:30 in the morning. Can count on it. It's not out of no place. It's not blue sky. It's not any unrecognized critical risk. So that's the kind of things that I hope we get back to these kinds of reports and this kind of a environment soon. Tomorrow, what do we have looking us in the face? Well, we've got S&P 500 or PMI. This is free. That's why you see these ads. It's economicinvesting.com. You can filter it however you want. The other source that I use is Financial Juice. Again, it's got a calendar. I don't like it as well for screen snapping and posting and things, but it does have one great thing that I really appreciate is it pulls these non-economic or revenue releases and numbers and potential events into the calendar. Like this deal here came, in the afternoon, and this one here. And over here is like a squawk box idea where we will see the market on close imbalance. That is the news, and we're going to have the market on close imbalance at 1450. Once again, one trade. Oh. Once again, I had one trade signaled per the rules of the initial balance trades that I have vetted, took it and managed it, and there we are. And here we are. Let's see what's going on over there. Okay, 10 minutes more or less to the market on closed stuff. All right, 15 seconds or so. Not that I'm expecting anything to happen, but you never know. Bam. There it was. That little bit of a jump right there. And we're going to dust off out of here at the top of the hour, so got to take Tam out somewhere. Yeah, there we go. So let's check and see what we get for a market on close imbalance. Nothing yet. Yeah, and here's what I'm talking about. 1,233,000,000 sell side S&P. 505 million sell side Nasdaq. Dow is 493 million sell side, and the Mag 7 is 596 million sell side. Market on close orders. Boop, 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 boop. So there you have it. Well, thanks for stopping by. Smack a like and a thumbs up and a subscribe and whatever else you got. And drop something in the chat. Say where you're from, whatever. If you could use the session prices, let me know in the chat. I'm happy to hook you up. I provide these to a lot of people free every day. From 1,700 on Sunday through 1,600 on Friday. So there you go. Remember that you need to have a balanced life and be healthy. This is probably one of the most competitive jobs, and the people who are competing against us typically are some of the most intelligent, educated, and funded folks around. So you need to be on your A game times 2. The stream starts every morning at 8 o'clock, every trading day morning at 8 o'clock, and runs through continuously until 1,500 when the cash market closes. I do that for transparency and accountability, and I stream to YouTube in addition to that, transparency and accountability, because I can review the stream on any device, which is pretty convenient for me. So I have a couple of stand-up desks here that I work at from about 6 in the morning till around 2100 at night. And it's nice to be able to just put the stream on and listen to what or if I want to go back and check something out, then I do. I'm real conscious, or I try to be conscious about the the timestamps and the chapter markers, because, the stream is a minimum 7 hours long. So I'm sure as hell not going to listen to all 7 of those hours. But if I want to know when the trade happened today, I can go back and see when trade one, entry was and what kind of an entry it was and when did I T1 scale and when did I trade and et cetera. So that's the way I do that. Thanks for coming by again, and smack a thumbs up, smack a subscribe, and hit that little bell thingy every morning at 8:00 Central Standard Time. We're going to close now in about 4.5 minutes, so there you go. Have a good one. All right, there you have it. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Thanks a lot for coming by. Tonio, Ron, Richard, all the best. Remember, get away from the screens, get some exercise, rest your eyes, don't argue.